is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa. The National Theatre, Igomu, during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre, it was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Express Troll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa, and we still have our beautiful lady talking about agriculture, women, agriculture, and nutrition. Are you still there, Mrs. Akimbobola?
I'm very well standing by. I'm here.
Very much. Okay, so there is something about agriculture and nutrition. These days, most women are so busy. We want to get to work. We want to do this. How can they combine this together? Agriculture, nutrition. Just as you rightly, you gave an example. In the morning, you just want to do something fast for the kids to have and go. And sometimes they even forget themselves. So how can will they be able to merge these together? Ah.
Not again.
Okay, so the network again.
I mean,
And
but I think it's a very very valid worry, because a lot of women now don't want to just sit at home, right? So
no time. Sorry to cut you. There has never been a time where women sit at home.
No. What I mean is having to now combine that, because as we are hoping for them to delve so much into agriculture, we see the value chain is plenty. You won't get anybody to come and sit down and say, okay, I'm in the office.
All right, Mrs. Akimbobola, you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So that's your thoughts, your final thoughts on the matter.
As I'm seated here, am I not a civil servant? Agriculture is only this business you are allowed to practice. Right into your compound, you can be a farmer. Urban agriculture is there. You can plant your vegetables that can feed your family, and you can still give part to a family friend to eat. You can produce where you have. Some people are sitting on, for example, 4 plots of land, housing them. Why don't you convert just a plot to a vegetable garden? Cut it, put it in front of your house, your guard will sell for you, still bring you good money. It's not the money that matters, but you are in a way affecting the nutritional status of your neighbors. Your neighbors are at peace, you are at peace. If they have diarrhea, let me tell you something. Diarrhea and housefly, they are
We are still experiencing network glitches. Talking about diarrhea, houseflies, rodents, and all that, it's a very good way to key us into the second segment of Just Africa. You understand? So a whole lot. I wish I was able to conclude that would have just led us to the second segment of Just Africa, but we'll go on this 1 minute break, and when we come back, we'll move straight to the second segment of Just Africa that will be talking about health. So you see, it is very important. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often begin early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you...
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. Right now, sometimes we think health is about doctors and medicine. But actually, preventing disease in our communities is just as important as any other thing. Tackling pests or improving hygiene can make a huge difference. It can stop malaria outbreaks, protect crops, and keep families safe. And that's why this conversation is so important, because protecting communities means addressing risks before they turn into bigger health problems. In the second segment, we'll be having a conversation on protecting health and safety in Africa's communities. And our guest on this show is SOUQ Babalola. He is the founder of Insight Radio and SB Super Pest Solutions. SOUQ has built innovation platforms from the Pest Experience Show to the Pest Insight Initiative. His focus on safe, modern, and technology-driven pest control methods directly aligns with the global push for safer health systems and preventive care. Hello, Babalola. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Nigeria. My name is SOUQ Babalola. It's a pleasure being here.
This beautiful afternoon.
It's good. Thank God, everything's going well.
Yes, that's nice. So, looking at the topic, protecting health and safety in Africa's communities, how do you make an average African understand the topic?
That's a very good way to start. Although today is actually World Patient Safety Day, which is another very good another way we should dive into. So when you talk about protecting health and safety in Africa communities, which is what we are doing at Pest Insight Initiative, basically educating people and telling them about the risk factors, root cause analysis of pest infestation, and how to actually condone or solve pest problem in their apartments. So those are critical things that we really need to look out to. That's what I think that are involved in health and safety.
Are pests like mosquitoes, rodents, and insects to a community health in Africa. Now, let me explain a little bit more. people have come to terms. They just want to accept that, okay, is it not just mosquito? Is it not just rats? A rat, a rodent, could eat a part of a bread, and you'll see an African home. We use a knife to slice that part of the bread out and tell you that nothing is wrong with the other part of the bread that a rodent has eaten. How serious is the threat into African communities?
So basically, when you talk about pests, there are different kind of pests, and there are different treatment methods for different pests, which I'm going to talk about later on. A lot of people, like you said, when they start to see cockroaches or they start to see mosquitoes, all they do is just they ignore, right? There's this ignorance mentality that people have. They just take away and look away around these things, but they don't know that little they don't know that a little cockroach here, a little mosquito here, a little rodent here can cause health hazards. That's exactly why we have more people in hospitals today. Like mosquitoes, for instance, it causes malaria, dengue, and the rest. Flies, people ignore flies, but they don't know that flies can actually cause diarrhea, flies can cause dysentery, can cause mycosis, can cause a lot of things, can also cause food poisoning. Some people can actually get poisoned through flies, right? Which you don't know, through mechanical transmission, right? We also have rodents. Rodents also cause Lassa fevers. So there are a lot of health hazards that are involved in pests on its own. So we have to, as individuals, we need to actually understand how does this work? What causes this pest infestation in our apartments, and how do we curtail this pest infestation in our various apartments or even in the facility ourselves, right?
Go on.
Can you hear me, Shofu? Yes. So, I mean, from your experience, what strategies have you used? I mean, from your programs and the styles that you guys have used or methods that you guys have used in educating people. What have you noticed so far?
So basically, over the years, we've noticed that there's a change. There's a change in how people carry out pest management, even including professionals. There's a change in that dynamics because a lot of people now understand the nitty-gritty, what they call pest biology. If you understand pest biology, you understand the root cause of pest infestation in your various facilities and all. I think, for instance, when you're talking about rodents, one thing you actually need to get rid how to get rid of rodents is basically sealing up all the entry and the exit points. And right now, a lot of professionals, even households, they're asking us as professionals to our own companies, they're asking us that how they're asking for exclusion practice. That's what we call exclusion practice, which is basically sealing up all the entry and the exit points. So you see customers asking that I just want you to seal up my apartments, just seal up the holes that the rodents are coming in from. And I don't want you to put any rodent bait because applying rodenticide is not a perfect solution to rodent control. I know this is actually arguable. It's not the perfect solution to risk if you don't seal up where they are going out and where they are coming in from. Because when they feed on those baits, they will still come back again. Fresh ones will still come back into the apartment, and you still have rodent infestation again in your apartment. So we've seen that change in people. We've seen that change in professionals. We've seen that change in their mentality. We've seen that change in their request and the type of pest requests that people are actually asking for right now, pest control strategies that people are asking for. So number one key thing that we usually do is basically education. And that's why we set up the Pest Insight. From the onset, SB Super Pest Solutions, formerly SB Fumigation Service, has been so much focused on client education, which is actually our own strength. That's client education, educating people, educating the masses about how to control bedbugs, how to control rodents, the critical step-by-step procedures on how to control them. And this is everywhere on all our social media platforms because consistent education, community education is really much important. And that's the way we can actually help ourselves in solving most of this pest problem.
Has technology really helped you in your work, in your advocacy? Has technology helped?
Fantastic. Yes. One of the, like I said, where we use most often, even right now, so we are streaming live on YouTube, and that's technology, that's social media itself. So through social media, Instagram ads, YouTube, TikTok, we create content and educate people. And in terms of also technology in identifying and checking data analytics and all, there are innovations that are actually in the system already. I don't want to say they are coming into the system because they are already in the system, where you have rodent baits that can actually predict rodent infestation, you have rodent bait that can actually predict rodent infestation. You also have rodent bait stations that can actually even tell you that there is a rodent inside this trap from the office. So you can actually know that, oh yes, there's a rodent inside the trap. The technicians need to actually go to the site and actually solve the pest problem there. So there are different tools. There are IoTs devices. There are devices, smart devices that are actually helping us in pest management. It's just that this part of the country, we're still a little bit far behind. But I mean, there are a lot of innovations that are in the system already in international standards.
All right, thank you very much, Babalola. Now, talking about pests and all that, you know, I have bought some of these chemicals. I'm talking about people's conception, how people see some of these pest control chemicals. I have bought some whereby it was difficult for me to breathe. It was after the usage, maybe because of one insect or the other. And many people like me have that experience. So many people are also scared of using some of the chemicals, some of these things, because they feel they are dangerous to human health. So how do you convince, or what kind of awareness do you put out there for people to understand the importance of pest control, especially when it has to do with chemicals?
I so much like this question, because that's something that we are working on Pesticides Initiative, and it's a project that would last. I know it might take a lot of time, but we are projecting that in the next 1 year, 2 years would finalize the project with the government. It's actually a policy framework, because when you say that you have pesticides that are actually choking, now I'm going to start with this. There are different products for different pests, and there are different treatment methods for different pests. If you use any pesticides or any insecticide in your apartment, and that insecticide is actually causing a very toxic choking smell, it means that that product was actually not made for public health use. Public health use means that indoor use, right? It means that the product, if you go and read most of those product labels, it will state agrochemicals. It will state use only, agricultural use only. Because if it is labeled for use indoor, usually most of those public health products are actually odorless, but they just have this choking, choking sensations, which in the next 1, 2, 3 hours you can actually move back into your apartment. Maybe while spraying it has that choking smell or choking sensation, but after 2 to 3 hours you can actually move back into your apartment. Those are public health products. Now the challenge now is that there is so much influx of agrochemicals in the Nigerian market. So because I think based on my research and based on findings from most of my colleagues, they said that there is a tax waiver by the government on agrochemical products, which make agrochemical products like readily available in the market. But when you talk about public health products, the last time I shipped in some public health products into Nigeria, the cost of shipping alone is like buying times 15 cartons of that particular product. So it's quite expensive to use public health products. And that's why there is a framework that we're working on on pest insights to see how we can actually have all the agencies, regulatory bodies, the agency like the NAFDAC, the US EPA, the EU approve pesticides, indoor public health pesticides for use in Nigeria. It means that when it's approved in the US, EPA, for instance, or maybe the EU, so far they've approved it, those kind of data can actually be used in the Nigerian system here, and it can actually be approved. Although there'll still be like trials and all those kind of things, but it's going to reduce the long procedures of registrations and timing of registration and trial methods and all those kind of things. So those are things that discourage manufacturers from selling their products in Nigeria. These are things that discourage them from selling their products in Nigeria. So it's really important that when we have regulatory frameworks that can actually admit more manufacturers into the system, we have quality products that are going to be used by professionals and for professionals, then even for home use. So we now have products that people can use in their apartment. You see manufacturers like most of these common products that probably that start with S and end with R, right? Now they are also making products that people can actually use in households. They're making those kind of products because maybe based on people overuse over the time. You see people abuse this particular product over the time. Sometimes people drink it. So they are now making public health products that are readily available, that are readily to use in residential apartments and even in commercial facilities. So one of the major things is that regulatory bodies need to actually see how can we bring in public health products into the system, make it way cheaper. Maybe custom duties are way off. Maybe custom duties are way off. Maybe that is easier or cheaper to actually, like a waiver on the agrochemical. A waiver should also be on the public health product. Because if you're talking about patient safety, you're talking about health and safety, pesticides and pest control, they are critical aspects of health. They are critical aspects of public health, right? So those are the major things, actually.
Because sure, because since you entered this tangent, I think I need to ask you this question. So, across Africa, one of the things that we've always seen prevalent and then the recall is when a disease outbreak happens, it goes away. We take a couple of years before WHO will tell us, okay, we are clean of it, and then it comes back again. There's a resurgence. From your own experience, what do you think is the problem? Because I mean, as we said that yesterday, the SCDC just said Lassa fever has taken at least over 160 people again. What is it that people are not getting the right information, or they're not getting the education well, or what exactly do you think it is?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. In fact, I was going to actually talk about the Lassa fever data. Even from their websites, there's huge reduction compared to last year, and I would want to also say that they are doing a very good job looking at the cumulative data of 2024 and 2025 to week 35. Like there's a huge reduction a little bit, but mind you, when we go back into all these things, we also need to know what exactly is the root cause of Lassa fever itself, rodents, right? So if we can get in policy or agencies like associations like the Pest Control Association of Nigeria, we have access to residential and commercial facilities out there. Why can't the agency like the NCDC or even the government itself work together with the associations in solving problems like this? So there needs to be a collaborative effort between the private-public partnerships to ensure that there is proper collaboration to solve the pest problem wherever and however. But now we've also found out that there is huge what they call proactive reactive method in solving any problem in Nigeria. So a lot of governments, like let me say government, even occupants, even households, you see us is until when you start to see high infestation of rodents or cockroach infestation, then you now say, okay, I need to call a professional. But whereas the days that you are seeing just one or two rodents passing by, you never thought about it until when they hit your yam or when they hit your certificate. And I say, oh, I need a professional that will help me solve it. So that's exactly one of the main things that we do at Pest Insights. Even as a pest control brand, the emphasis is always on proactive pest management. Proactive pest management. When you start to see one, it's a tail sign that you are actually infested already. So that's the time that you actually need to start getting prepared, right? So now that the NCDC has confirmed some cases already, we have like about 160, as I said. The fatal cases are about 160. You've confirmed it in Taraba, you confirmed it in Edo, you confirmed it in other states like that, even in Ondo, right? You've confirmed those cases in Ondo and Edo like that. So there should be professionals that you'll be on standby to solving all this kind of problem. So in as much as the fact that we want to actually keep on educating people, what exactly are the solutions that the government is actually in support with to get into those people? So when you talk about, for example, if you talk about the mosquito and itself and malaria cases, the government would, or probably some other agencies, even private agencies, what they do is share mosquito nets. I had a case like that they actually brought the paper to me in my own apartment that I should come and collect mosquito nets. And I was like, is this the perfect solution to solving this? I mean, get a professional that would actually go into the root cause. What exactly is the root cause of malaria itself? Mosquito. Why don't we now tackle mosquito? Why don't we tackle the root cause itself? Why are we focusing on malaria drugs? Why are we focusing on mosquito nets? Those things are reactive methods, but let's focus more on proactive strategies in solving the pest problem everywhere and anywhere we find ourselves. So that's one of the major things. So proactive method is the perfect solution to solving every problem. Prepare ahead of time. Not when we start having cases not until when we start seeing Lassa fever in Ibadan or when we start seeing Lassa fever in Lagos, because there are also about 91% cases in Edo, Taraba, I think about four different states in Nigeria like that. So if we start to look at other states, yes, even in Lagos, there's just minimal case there. But why don't we now put more emphasis on control method with associations like the Pest Control Association of Nigeria or some other regulatory bodies, even ECON itself, right, in getting all these things done and getting more awareness to the local person, the local market woman outside there on how they dispose their materials. So if you can dispose properly, it's going to curtail them. Not that it's going to control, it's going to eradicate them totally, but we have a perfect control over this pest infestation.
Thank you so much, Babalola. I love the way you are helping our viewers to understand the importance of healthy environments. Now, beyond pests, what other safety challenges do African communities face that affect their health? That is, which of these risks can be addressed quickly with right action? Now, let me give you an instance. There is a notion now, we call it slogan. Here, they tell you dirty not the kill African man. That is the state we are in Africa now, that people don't see any of these challenges as anything anymore. But they are there as site pests. What are they, and how do we tackle them right away?
Very good point, actually. Like the example you raised about the they kill African man. You see, just a little bit leakage of your pipe alone can actually cause high infestation of roaches. That's when you start seeing people having German cockroach in their kitchen cabinet. You start having other insects, ants, and the rest. You start having even wall gecko moving around, because the moment you have cockroaches, you have wall gecko. It's as a standby, because wall geckos feed on rodents. Feed on cockroaches rather, right? So there are a lot of things that we need to. There are a lot of risk factors. There's what they call pest risk management. It's also involved. It's all called pest risk management. The moment you start to see cracks around your wall, it's a proof of entry points for anything and everything. Anything is rodents, anything in terms of cockroaches, anything in terms of snakes. The moment you start to, in fact, let me give you a practical example is that if you open your door, if you open your door and you close your door, then if you can see the sun rays from outside, if you can see them passing through maybe under or the side of your door, it's a proof that anything can actually crawl in from outside inside into your apartment. Then you also have, if you have gaps in between your pipes, it's an entry point for rodents. I had a case in one of these food facilities that we are working with recently. We did the treatment and we discovered that in the store, we're now wondering how exactly are the rodents coming into this place. First thing first, when I got there the first time, I discovered that the windows were open. So I told them to lock the window. Then we put in rodenticide base. The rodenticide base should kill the rodents, an anticoagulant rodenticide base. Within 2 weeks, we have a perfect result. You start seeing rodents die. But some of them died, but they are still new influx. It means that there's an entry point that we've not discovered. Now, when we had to bring down some of the loads at the top, we discovered there's what they call decking, right? There's a POP, right? Discovered that rodents has eaten that part of the POP. So they were passing through that place inside the building. So if you do not seal up all the entry and the exit points, sometimes we ignore some of these holes. We ignore some of those things that are actually causing them. We ignore the leakage of the water. We ignore just those. In fact, just when you're cooking and you have liters of food dropping on the table, if you don't clean up that place immediately, remember, all these pests are in the ecosystem. You'll be wondering, how did the ants get into this place? I didn't see these ants for the past 2 months, but the moment the sugar drop on the table, the ants are coming out because they're in the ecosystem and you brought out their food for them. So if you do not take away those liters of food, if you don't take away those liters of droplets of food or sugar that you just displace anyhow, if you don't lock your food items in an airtight container, you only see all these pests coming into place. So that's what they call pest risk management. Beyond just the fact that, and this was coined by Dr. Raja Mahendran, is in Australia, is a professional, a very well-known professional in the pest control industry, where he coined the pest risk management strategies, right? So if you don't curtail all this risk, all these things that can actually cause them, that's why root cause analysis is really much important in pest management. Root cause analysis is really much important.
All right, thank you very much. Before I let you go, I need to ask you this question. How important is education and awareness in protecting community health and safety using the Pest Insights for Schools program as a leverage?
Okay, that's a very good question. So we at the Pest Insights, what we do is that we believe that we need to start education from the childhood, from the young age upward. I'll give you a practical case scenario. Imagine maybe a child just come in and just say, mommy, the liter of food that you just dropped on the table, and my teacher said it can actually cause cockroaches, and these cockroaches can trigger asthma. Then the mother will be wild, like, okay, who taught you this? Oh wow, okay, it can actually cause asthma. How did cockroaches cause asthma? Then maybe the caregiver or the mother will just go back on Google and say, okay, cockroaches can actually cause asthma. They can trigger asthma. Oh wow, I didn't know. So now I'm going to take proactive measures in curtailing the cockroach infestation. So we believe that education needs to actually go beyond just the adult phase, right? To also the young ones. Like, so we started with the university system, started educating young university system. We did one this year, and we're also going into the apprenticeship program, looking at graduates who are actually out of school. We also have graduates that we're going to be training. We also have NYC core members who will be training on pest management. This project is not just going to create more jobs, but also create more education and more system, more awareness about pest management. Like I said, pest biology, the rudiment, and you can't solve any problem without understanding what is the root cause of the problem. And that's exactly what we are doing at Pest Insights, majorly facing the root cause and educating the root cause. Then also creating more workforce that will create that awareness for the public, that will create that awareness for the public, and also tell people how exactly is this thing done? How exactly is the best strategy? So the academy is basically going to be training multiple people, about 1,000 persons by 2026, right? And it's going to be virtual. It's going to also be physical classes. We're having the apprenticeship program by next year, June to August 2026, training apprentices, creating apprentices in the pest management system. And not just even pest management, also public health and environmental sector. That's our major focus, to also educate the populace, educate people on pest management. And we're calling on professionals, associations, regulatory bodies to be part of this, because this is the best way. This is how we can actually increase the awareness of what we do. Even as professionals, maybe you have a pest control company, perfect. Because when we have skilled workers, we can actually do more work. I'll give you an example. Here, I'm live on the TV station. My guys in Lagos are working. The Ibadan team are also working already as we speak. They're helping homeowners in solving pest problem. Because I personally cannot be in 14 places, but I just have to create more workforce that will actually be in 14 places. And that's exactly what we are doing at the Pest Insight Apprenticeship Program, also the Pest Insight for School project.
All right, Babala, I would need you to give your final words to the viewers on the importance of having a healthy environment, living a healthy lifestyle generally, avoiding rodents, pests, and the likes in our homes. Your final words.
Amazing. One thing I would say is that in everything that you do, in everything and how the strategies that you want to use in controlling pests in your apartment, focus on proactive pest management. The moment you start to see one or two, the moment you start to even see signs of one or two cockroaches, even just the egg, or just maybe just the skin or the exoskeleton of bed bugs, or the or the flies or the larvas, or maybe there's a water pot somewhere, and you're trying to, okay, this can actually cause mosquito infestation, or even flies, even drone flies. The moment you start to see one or two, invite a professional. Not all professionals are used to just spraying, right? And pest control has gone beyond spraying chemicals or spraying pesticides. It is a strategy that involves what we call integrated pest management approach. So homeowners, questions like, what exactly are the strategies that you want to use in my apartment? If we cannot provide you with one, don't worry, SB will provide you with one, right? So it's important that you know the type. In fact, it's your right to actually even know the type of pesticide that the professionals or maybe the company will be using in your apartment. So you even know if your health can actually even take it, right? So it's very much important that you take pest control seriously. Then also stay updated about the latest informations and how to actually apply most of these things. So for us, ignoring pests is like ignoring the major parts of public health. So it's important that to control most of all these pest issues in your apartment, you need to actually be in that system, understand the pest biology. We did a comedy skit recently, like a Yoruba movie kind of. We call it Ologweku, Ologweku series, right? So we intend to actually do more of that Ologweku series. So the storyline is basically a roadside seller who is selling insecticides, and the client wants to buy rodenticide, but the guy was actually telling her that insecticide will kill rodents. So these are part of the problems. Like I said, every pest have different treatment method, and every treatment method have different pests that they get rid of. So rodenticides are for rodents, insecticides are for insects. The moment someone tell you that these products will kill all of these things, I mean, run, because that's not the perfect solution, right? Rodenticides are made to kill rodents. Insecticides are made to kill insects rather. And there are different insecticides for different insects. You have termiticides that actually kill termites. So understanding these things, understanding pest biology, understanding the rudiments is very much important in solving pest problem and in creating a proper public health for your own self and creating your own proper health and well-being.
Thank you very much, Babalola, for your insights, and we appreciate your time on today's show. And I hope that when we call you next time, you'll be available for us.
100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Shofo Babalola is the founder of Insight Radio and SB Super Pest Solutions. And he has built so much innovation platforms, from the Pest Experience Show to the Pest Insight Initiative. We want to say a very big thank you once more, and you have an amazing day.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, Babalola has taught you, Mr. Emmanuel.
Not only me, he taught us.
How to keep our homes clean.
It was a part where he mentioned, okay, you want to get rid of pests. You do one part, and then you leave the other part, and you think they will go away.
No.
That's waiting for you. And that thing he talked about, that analogy about ants.
Yes.
There was one time I was telling him in the house, I said, look, always take out the trash from the kitchen.
Yes.
Once you finish in the kitchen, you're washing your dishes and everything, and then you put your waste in the trash, take it out immediately. Because the very moment you leave it there, even if the rats don't come, cockroaches will come.
Yes.
Where they usually get their senses from, I don't know. Now, another way to get access into your apartments that many people don't know, and this one, it was a pest control person that taught me that one. He says, your sink, your typical sink, usually people don't cover the top, the one inside the sink. So the pipe that leads outside is an access for them to come in. And these find a way to always crawl up. That's why you always need to have a very good cover for your sinks. Well, most of these conversations need to be had, so I will get to know.
Yeah, make sure you dispose your trashes properly so that you don't pre-fire and think that you are being bewitched from the village. So we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we have another beautiful guest coming on the show. And you don't want to miss what is coming. So just stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies. Fear is the first response. Anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital in Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
The police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we mean is that we police MDs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is not fact that one person cannot start an attention and start well. For consummated by the public, most of the time, you find from the outside the competitors, that I'm going to say PG. So essentially, the ICPC of public agencies. What is the caution? Can someone attempt? Or the others go ahead? Everybody wants to be wrong with the fair. Okay, go ahead. That's what makes them often and seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Often, it refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative or person, which is the financial. Anything to abuse or to misuse our position of public trust from the one they offer us is corruption. So, we're not saying that as if we have allowed our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies. What about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for the purpose of specialization.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The Commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
More importantly, institutions, the officers, the executive work, and the head, but from your statement today, endorse that good work is also as important as non-big calls. And so this is also
welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Share, like, and subscribe. Okay, on the third segment, to say corruption in public service delivery remains one of the biggest challenges to governance and development in Nigeria and across Africa. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has positioned itself as a watchdog, tackling issues of bribery, embezzlement, procurement fraud, and abuse of office that undermine efficient service to citizens. As demand for accountability grows, the ICPC's watchdog role becomes even more critical, curbing leakages, strengthening governance, and driving sustainable development. In this segment of Just Africa, Mr. Alexander Chukura, FSI, who is the resident anti-corruption commissioner, ICPC Lagos State, is live in the studio to tell some of the untold stories of how the ICPC is curbing corruption in public service delivery. Good afternoon and welcome, Honorable Commissioner. How are you doing this afternoon?
Yeah, thank you so very much for having me around here.
Yeah, it's an honor to have you on the show.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Okay, so the very first question I want to ask now, it is a belief that the ICPC is often called the watchdog. How sharp are its teeth when it comes to curbing corruption in public service delivery?
Thank you so very much for that question. You see, it's a truism that corruption has remained a cankerworm that has eaten deep into the fabrics of our society. And fighting corruption in itself is more dangerous than fighting armed robbery. The reason is simple. The armed robber merely has just weapons, but corruption is for the elites. Most of the time they have a social network and it have all it takes to fight back corruption. So essentially the ICPC, being the foremost anti-graft agency in Nigeria, has positioned itself in that same crusade, though it's not easy. So far, so good, but it's even better with the emergence of my new management team under the leadership of my chairman, Dr. Adema Ali Musa San. Here we're better positioned because my chairman has instituted what we call a policy trust, socially put as care, meaning positive organizational culture that promotes accountability, responsibility, and excellence. For now, that's the hallmark. So far, so good in ICPC. We are doing so much. Yes, we've not gotten to the Dorado, but we're not far from it. Yeah, all we need is just commitment and the acceptance of the citizenry to take ownership of the anti-graft crusade.
Yeah. Mr. Chuku, I knew I was going to ask this question. Everybody has this question on their mind. How is ICPC different from the EFCC? Because you mentioned rightly that you're the foremost, ICPC is the foremost one. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has now become like the most talking point compared to the ICPC. Why?
Let me start by saying that you see, no two English words mean the same.
No.
To smash, to break, to destroy, they are not the same. In the wisdom of the Obasanjo regime, the ICPC was born. Much later, the EFCC came. But I'm going to break it down in a way and manner that even the uninitiated would understand that they may be similar, but they're not the same. The ICPC essentially is the police of the public service.
Okay.
The ICPC essentially deals with public sector corruption. However, let me point out here that you see the consummation of a corrupt practice most of the time may take the involvement of others from the outside, like a contractor, who of course is not a public servant. Then the EFCC, which came much later, I'm going to break it down based on the terms that I involve. Economic crime. An economic crime is anything that anybody does that will negatively impact on the economy or the coffers of a given society or a polity.
Okay.
When somebody, you see, the oil is the mainstay of the Nigerian economy. If you go and vandalize or engage in any illicit bunkering, that will, of course, will negatively affect the coffers of the nation. Yes. That's economic.
Yes.
Then when we talk about financial, the ones you call advanced fraud, commonly called Yahoo, failed bank fraud, and money laundering and a host of others constitute financial crimes. So yes, it is true that at times you may have a kind of, not conflict per se, but overlap. Yeah. Yeah. I'll give you an example. If I'm a governor of a state and I steal from the state, when I steal from the coffers of the state, get money through corrupt means, then I launder it to another client. When there's an investigation of such a case, you can have a little overlap.
Yes.
Okay. And the way it is being resolved is that the ICPC can prosecute using some sections of the EFCC, while the EFCC can do the same thing.
Okay. So there's a marriage between
there's a marriage, okay. Yes. But essentially, the ICPC is the police of the public sector.
Public sector. Okay.
While the EFCC does other things that not essentially, but you do find out too that from time to time, there could be some foundational issues that has to do with corrupt enrichment of public officers.
Yes, I love the fact that you made us understand how both institutions function. Now, my question is, why does corruption in public service delivery remain such a stubborn problem in the society? Is it from the institutions, or it is just people's natural behavior?
Okay, thank you so very much. You see, corruption is as old as humanity. That's why you find it in our religious books and even in the dictionary. Corruption is not Nigerian by birth. So, Nigeria is just a microcosm of macro, the global space. Like I said, it's as old as humanity. However, the peculiar nature of the Nigerian, typology is that, you see, we have a rooted value system. Yeah. When we were growing up, if you come to ask for my sister's marriage and the marriage, the first thing my father is to, the question he's going to ask is to know your family background and things like that. Yeah. Now, when you come, the siblings of the lady will go and open the window blind to find out the kind of record that person has brought. Yeah. Our system now promotes, protects, and professes mediocrity and stealing. Thieves are made thieves. Why would people not do that? So it's a systemic thing. And the simple cure is of total overhaul social engineering for us to begin to preach reward for good works, integrity, and accountability. But when we celebrate thieves, they fight.
It's difficult.
Very difficult.
But since the Obasanjo era, when ICPC came, have there been a lot of success stories that the organization has picked up?
So many of it. They're uncountable.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to start, I'll mention a few.
Just a few, yes.
Okay. We have like the constituency and executive project tracking initiative.
Okay.
It was done, it started in 2020. You see, before that time, the citizenry, because of their apathy and indifference to the fight against corruption, never knew that they could ask questions from their rulers. A senator can come provide 5 motorbikes. People begin to celebrate. Yeah. Not knowing that money actually is not his. But it was a conscious effort to enable people, the citizenry, benefit from the dividends of democracy. Oh, yeah. Now, it is a common knowledge. People are asking questions. Citizens are beginning to take ownership, to ask, yes, we have seen the budget. What about this empowerment? What about this empowerment? Before now, it was not so. And immediately we started, we now saw a new value for money. Contractors ran back to there's abandoned projects. Because for sure, if you don't, ICPC will come after you. So what we have done in that area, we have recovered billions of naira. And our story is there. If you go to our website, you'll find all that. Then you see, we have also found out that, you see, for Nigerians, to do so well in this fight against corruption, like I've already used this word, the issue of taking ownership. Yeah. That there is need for an aggressive sensitization. We have engaged in serious collaboration with the media, like I'm doing today.
Yes.
The CSOs go to town hall meetings, media outreach, outreaches like that, so that at the end of the day, people are becoming more conscious. Yes, like I said, you see, we have not gotten 100%. But we're not far from it. At least people are now asking questions. Before that, initiative, nothing like that was done. People were not, had this lackluster attitude. People are not particularly interested they will come and give peanuts as opposed to what are entitlements.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chukura. Now, the thing is, I love the fact that you talked about community participation, letting people talk. Now, many people don't want to talk for fear of intimidation. Some time ago, when these Yahoo, pardon me to use that word, started, some persons were willing to report them to the police, to the right authorities. And something happened. A particular man was arrested, and he boldly looked at the person who was the whistleblower to his face and said, I will go in there and I will come back, and by the time I come back, I will kill you. That was a clear intimidation. Now, what is the ICPC doing to help people, community, who really want to who want to act as whistleblowers, to feel confident in delivering or in assisting ICPC in delivering their work?
Thank you so very much. Let me start from what you just said. Somebody saying he will go in there and come out there. I boastfully tell you that in ICPC we are thorough. Investigations are not done on pages of newspaper. We may not be talking, but we are acting.
Okay.
And they show. So you see, when we talked about the issue of the ICPC, what we're doing about whistleblowers, the ICPC Act, as enshrined in Section 64, talks about the issue of confidentiality, that we must treat with information given to us and by the informant with high sense of professionalism and confidentiality. When you come to our office, what you see there, what you do there, what you hear there, it's there. I'm not saying others are not doing the same thing, but it is very cardinal in what we do in ICPC. So the issue of the ICPC as a commission sees it as a culture, is a tradition that you must protect your informant. Very key. Then it all depends on the nature of what will have happened about the whistleblowing this thing. At times, yes, intimidation, yes. When I came into Lagos here, we had a particular issue, but what to follow. And that person has been reinstated. Then if it becomes particularly obvious that the life may be endangered, we have had reasons to even employ a whistleblower. We will do some of these things, in order to protect them. But generally speaking, I don't want to talk about the general whistleblowing policy, but we're evolving and we'll get there. So, but in ICPC, we try as much as possible to protect our information and individuals that are involved in several ways. And then you see some of these ways, I'm trying to be a little bit.
I know.
I don't leave the cat out of the
bag. We understand that.
But are there challenges that you've encountered in the work? And for example, are there gaps in policies that you feel, if that is tweaked, it can help you make your job easy?
You see, challenges are utopian. They are global and they are as old again as humanity. There's no perfect system anywhere. When you talk about inadequate funds, it's everywhere, even in civilized crimes. We need more staff. Yes.
Okay.
Then even the ICPC Act. There's an urgent need for it to be reviewed.
Okay.
Everywhere, yes. It is everywhere. It is in the public space for people to talk about a special court to allow for speedy trials. Those are the issues that can be injected into a reviewed ICPC Act. So the challenges are there, but in ICPC, like I talked about culture there, with little that we have, we're doing so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So do you believe corruption in public service can be eradicated, or it is something that we just want to manage to the barest minimum?
You see, eradication is a dream that if it's achieved, we'll all celebrate. But for me, I'm sharing my thoughts now. It cannot be totally obliterated. What we need is to, reduce it to the barest minimum.
Okay.
Because, like I said, everywhere in the world, you have corruption everywhere. That was why I told you that. It's in our religious books and the dictionary, so it's not Nigerian by birth. But with a conscious effort by the Nigerian citizenry, haven't seen, that's on the state of insight, the dangers, the negative impacts of corruption. It is this urgent need for all of us to come together if we must have a better Nigeria. Yeah. ICPC cannot do it alone.
But do you have programs that you use to educate Nigerians from ICP as it is? I know NOA, for example, National Registration Agency, is supposed to be doing things like, but do you have like a program or a campaign that you use to educate Nigerians?
This one is an example.
Okay.
And once I leave here, in fact today, some of officers are at the Ministry of Finance. We go to markets, we go to public places, we go to schools. In secondary schools, we have clubs. In tertiary institutions, we have vanguards. We engage the NYC. Do you understand? And we go everywhere because, you see, for us in ICPC, it's been established. We now know that, you see, that the fight is not all about enforcement, arrest people. The present management is preaching prevention, which of course is less expensive and better, and it is faster. And that's what we're doing in ICPC.
Well, thank you very much.
That's the way to go. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Is there a particular message you want to send to our viewers, people who are watching, that are listening, and on how they can be part of this fight against corruption in Nigeria? Your final words to our listeners and viewers.
If I tell you that I don't have a final message, I'll be doing this country a disservice. They are, like I said, the only message I have for them is that leaving the fight against corruption for only law enforcement agents will not make the fight succeed. All hands must be on deck. We need the citizens to take ownership of this fight, because the negative effects of corruption bites everybody. And except we all coming together collectively to engage in that war, it may never take place. I'm calling on parents, students, everybody, even the Nigerian on the street, to come and help ICPC, because if we leave corruption, like our former president said, if we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill us. I thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chukwura, for this beautiful insight. And I really look forward to having you on this show again. Maybe, maybe by that time we'll be doing 1 hour with him.
Oh yes, we'll have a longer session.
Yeah.
Just tell us that
yes. You can be rest assured that, see, in ICPC, when you give us the tool, we finish the job.
Okay.
If you give us a place to stand, we'll move the world.
Oh, okay.
And I want to ask you again, you see, it is said that you see, writing makes the real man, reading makes the exact man, but the conference makes the ready man. In ICPC, we are ready.
Oh, okay.
You heard it.
You heard it from him. So we are expecting him. So today's conversation has shown us that corruption in public service delivery is not just a policy issue. It touches our everyday lives. From the classrooms our children sit in to the hospitals we run to for care, and even the roads we travel on. The ICPC's role as a watchdog is a reminder that accountability is the bridge between resources and results. A very big thank you to our guest, the resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, ICPC Lagos State, Mr. Alexander Chukwura, FSI. Thank you for the insight that you shared on the topic. We are very, very grateful. And to you, our viewers, many thanks for watching. Until next time, let's all play our part in building an Africa where public service truly serves the people. I am Omebi Idolo. Until I come your way next time, follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Love, share, and like.
And I am Emmanuel Amolo. Of course, thank you so much for being with us all through today. And of course, our special guest that we had from the ICPC, Mr. Chukwura. And of course, I know that you have taken, even if it's not any message, is the fact that your hand is very, very important to make Nigeria a better place and corrupt-free. Thank you so much for joining us. See you next time.
Interest in Nigeria's
Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves. Most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies. Fear is the first response. Anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital in Igbobi, Lagos, where
while the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
The police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we mean is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot stand at attention and stand well. For crying out for consummated by the public officer, most of the time, they find from the outside the competitors that nobody was examining. I'm going to say PG. So essentially, the ICPC is of public agencies. What is really corruption? That's what I tell you. All the others were ahead. Everybody wants to be on the fair. Okay, right. That's what makes them corruption. And seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or person, which is honestly financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse our position of public trust for the welfare of others is corruption. So, we have seen that as if we have our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies. What about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for the purpose of specialization.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The Commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
Institutions, the officers, the executive work, and the head, but from the statement today, it gets that doing good work is also as important as non-big calls. And so this is also things like this. So that needs a research also from. ICPC is in the system within the session. There's a new center. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. We need to also improve our practice. So thank you.
SOUQ News TV, the Commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the Commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the State of Insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens, have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this conscious effort by the ICPC to now begin now to make people get a buy-in. We have to be part of the whole crusade. We go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ease of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komolofe, SOUQ News TV.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just do a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. You see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it. and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have the structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going in from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, as well as under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than they tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? you can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you're giving them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word has been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about National Sports Institute, you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. There's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. Is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. The supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. We don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. It's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? we have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-organization. What do I get from this? It's all about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You'll never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. They don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more, because government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand it? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand? So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? Well, I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can prefer solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that would do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a good athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You put in a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. It's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, we're the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked. Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most, Nigerian referees, do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because I'm not telling you it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA BUA International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, BUA International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabir Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabir was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an exports-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad African Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. In one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. The bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. Recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, As a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Phone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, Cyberspace Network. Jim is a member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovir is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television, where we bring you stories from business, economy and development. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. First, let's bring you some of our top stories. Central Bank of Nigeria reaffirmed commitment to strengthening the nation's economy. Aliko Dangote announced plans for Nigeria to emerge as the world's largest exporter of Uri fertilizer by 2026. Zimbabwe secured $455 million 15-year concession agreement with Jinda Africa. U.S. Federal Reserve set to deliver anticipated quarter-point interest rate cut on Wednesday. And FIFA released updated lists of disciplinary sanctions for the 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Thank you for joining us. Now, let's get into details. The Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Benga Komalafe, has said President Bola Tinubu's reform agenda is making Nigeria one of the world's most attractive destinations for upstream oil and gas investment. Speaking at the Africa Oil Week in Accra, Ghana, Komalafe stressed that bold policy shifts under the Petroleum Industry Act PIA 2021, reinforced by presidential executive orders, have significantly boosted investor confidence. He noted that these reforms are driving fresh capital inflows into the sector, with billions of dollars already committed. According to him, the Commission approved 28 new field development plans, FDPS, in 2025 alone. These plans are set to unlock an estimated 1.4 billion barrels of oil and 5.4 trillion cubic feet of gas, expected to add 591,000 barrels of oil per day and 2.1 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day to Nigeria's production. Komalafe said the sector's renewed vibrancy demonstrates Nigeria's resolve to harness its hydrocarbon potential for energy security and economic growth. The Central Bank of Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening the nation's economy through policies that promote productivity, financial inclusion, and price stability. Speaking at the 2025 Central Bank Fair in Kano, Governor Olayemi Cardoso represented by Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Hakama Ali, said. The forum enables direct engagement with the public on how monetary policies improved livelihoods and sustained national growth. Cardoso highlighted key reforms introduced in the last 2 years, including the unification of exchange rates to curb volatility, bank recapitalization to build global competitiveness, and the launch of non-residence bank verification number to connect Nigerians abroad to domestic banking services. He added that the Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028 will accelerate digital transformation and widen financial access nationwide. The fair themed driving alternative payment channels as tools for financial inclusion, growth, and accelerated economic development drew partners and participants from commercial banks, mobile money operators, security agencies, academia, and the business community. Attendees engaged in discussions and paper presentations aimed at boosting confidence in the financial system and advancing Nigeria's path towards a $1 trillion economy. Moving on, Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has announced plans for Nigeria to emerge as the world's largest exporter of uri fertilizer by 2026, positioning the country as a dominant force in global fertilizer and petrochemical markets. Speaking at the Dangote refinery in Lagos during the one-year anniversary of its gasoline rollout, he emphasized that the group is scaling operations to drive export growth while strengthening food security across Africa. Dangote revealed that the company is also advancing petrochemical production, particularly polypropylene, which is vital for packaging, textiles, and automotive industries. Industry observers say this move could reduce Africa's dependency on Asian and Europe imports and reposition Nigeria as a hub for petrochemical exports. The anniversary event also featured the unveiling of 1,000 compressed natural gas trucks out of a planned 4,000 fleets, an initiative designed to cut logistics costs, expand fuel access, and create jobs nationwide. The 2 trillion naira trucking project is expected to generate at least 24,000 direct and indirect jobs, with salaries for drivers set at 3 to 4 times higher than the national minimum wage. Looking ahead, Dangote disclosed that electric vehicles will be developed for product transport from January 2026, underscoring the group's focus on sustainability and alignment with the global energy transition agenda. And now the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, NAMA, has expanded its advanced satellite system, aeronautical fixed telecommunication network, coverage from 14 airports to 26 nationwide, in a move to enhance aeronautical communication across the country. NAMA disclosed the development in a statement on Tuesday, describing it as another bold step in its efforts to modernize Nigeria's airspace communication system. According to the agency, the extension of AFTN is a critical part of its ongoing migration program to the Global Air Traffic Services Message Handling System, ATS-MHS. The system, when fully developed, will ensure Nigeria's seamless integration into the International Aeronautical Communication Framework, boosting safety, efficiency, and operational reliability. The agency noted that the project underscores its commitment to aligning Nigeria's air navigation infrastructure with global standards set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. Industry experts say the upgrade will improve information exchange between airports and control centers, reduce delays, and enhance Nigeria's competitiveness as an aviation hub in Africa. Still in the news, the FinTech Association of Nigeria has intensified engagement with top regulators and lawmakers to boost the nation's financial technology ecosystem. Led by Board of Trustees Chairman Dr. Segun Aino and the President Dr. Stanley Jacob, the delegation met the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the National Insurance Commission, and key Senate committee leaders to discuss policies that support innovation, financial inclusion, and economic expansion. During the meeting, stakeholders emphasized the need for strong regulatory frameworks that encourage product innovation while safeguarding financial stability. Central Bank Governor Dr. Olayemi Cardoso highlighted the rapid growth of financial technology and the importance of sustainable compliance, while lawmakers called for forward-looking legislation on data protection, cybersecurity, and digital finance. FinTech affirmed its commitment to building a resilient and inclusive digital finance environment. The association stated that continued collaboration with government agencies and legislators will accelerate the adoption of digital financial services, expand insurance access, and nurture young entrepreneurs across health technology, insurance technology, education technology, and agriculture technology. Moving on, the Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Gbenga Komalafe, has said President Bola Tinubu's reform agenda is making Nigeria one of the world's most attractive destinations for upstream oil and gas investment. Now we'll be taking a break. We'll come back with more stories. Please stay with us. The Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, PTAD, has received presidential approval for the inclusion of critical pension-related provisions in the 2026 federal budget proposal, targeted at retirees under the Defined Benefit Scheme, DBS. The approval covers funding for the full implementation of the 32,000 Naira pension increment, settlement of long-standing unfunded pension liabilities, rollout of the proposed pension harmonization policy, and provision of health insurance coverage for DBS pensioners. Executive Secretary of PTAD, Tolulokpe Odunaya, beg your pardon, disclosed this when she hosted members of the House of Representatives Committee on Pensions during an oversight visit to the agency's headquarters in Abuja. She described the development as a significant step in safeguarding the welfare of pensioners, noting that the approved items would address systemic gaps, improve equity in pension administration, and guarantee social security for retirees. The lawmakers commended PTAD's reforms and assured continuous legislative support to strengthen pension management and protect the rights of retirees across the country. And now we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you more stories. Please stay with us.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator. drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moasore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazaar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Thank you for staying with us, and now we'll bring you more stories starting from Uganda. Uganda will borrow $358 million from regional and private lenders to fund major infrastructure projects, including a power grid link to South Sudan, a road connecting the Democratic Republic of Congo, and clean water expansion. The financing package will come from the African Development Fund, the Arab Bank for Development in Africa, and Standard Chartered Bank. Junior Finance Minister Henry Musa Zidi told Parliament the power grid project, developed in partnership with Chinese firm Sino Hydro, will include a 138 kilometers high voltage transmission line, expansion of 2 substations, and construction of a new one. Uganda, which has surplus electricity following the commissioning of a $1.7 billion hydropower dam last year, aims to export power to energy-strapped South Sudan. Lawmakers will review the loan request through a parliamentary committee before voting. Officials say projects will boost trade, strengthen regional integration, and improve access to essential services, aligning with Uganda's goal of enhancing infrastructure and economic growth. Still in Africa, Zimbabwe has secured a $455 million 15-year concession agreement with Jinda Africa, a unit of India's Jinda Steel, to refurbish 6 aging units at the Hwange Thermal Power Station. The project, expected to take 4 years, will restore capacity at the 920-megawatt coal-fired plant. Jinda Africa will recoup its investment through revenues from electricity sales. The country currently produced only half of its 2,000-megawatt electricity demand, leading to frequent blackouts. Hwange, Zimbabwe's largest power plant, added 600 megawatts in 2023 after an upgrade, but its older units built in the 1980s are running at a third of capacity. Officials say the refurbishment will significantly boost electricity supply, reduce outages, and strengthen the energy sector. Combined with upgrades at the Kariba hydropower station, the investment marks a step towards stabilizing Zimbabwe's power generation and supporting economic growth. And now oil tanker rates have surged to their highest level in more than 2 years as traders scramble for ships to transport increased crude supplies from the Middle East to Asia. At least 6 very large crude carriers, each capable of hauling around 2 million barrels, were booked this week at over 100 world-scale points, according to ship brokers. The Baltic Exchange in London assessed earnings above $96,000 per day on Tuesday, marking the strongest level since early 2023. Rising demand for vessels reflects the impact of OPEC Plus easing output restrictions, boosting cargo volumes across the region. Market analysts say the sharp increase signals growing momentum in global oil flows and points to higher freight costs for buyers in Asia. The world's largest energy-consuming region, traders expect the trend to continue if product levels remain elevated in the coming months. And moving ahead, Indonesia's central bank surprised markets on Wednesday with another interest rate cut, trimming its benchmark by 25 basis points to 4.75%. It was the 6th reduction since September last year as policymakers pushed to boost growth while managing concerns about fiscal stability and central bank independence. Governor Perry Wajio said Bank Indonesia remains focused on supporting domestic demand with liquidity described as ample despite weak credit uptake. The decision follows criticism from the new finance minister over limited lending and comes alongside a government $1 billion stimulus plan. The rupiah firmed slightly and the Jakarta stock market hit a record high after the announcement. Analysts expect more cuts ahead, but warn that political pressure and uncertainty over the bank's independence could unsettle investor confidence if growth-supportive measures overshadow financial stability. Still in the news, Austria announced earlier today that it will extend rent controls to private housing contracts in a bid to curb rising costs and improve affordability. Starting next year, landlords will no longer be able to raise rents at the full pace of inflation. Any increase above 3% will be cut in half under the new rules. The government also set a longer minimum contract duration, raising it from 3 to 5 years. Officials said the measure is designed to provide tenants with more stability while preventing sharp rent hikes from adding pressure to household budgets, with housing affordability a growing concern in Vienna and other cities. The new steps aims to balance rental protection with market stability. Analysts say the move could help cool inflationary pressures while ensuring more predictable housing conditions for families. Moving ahead, Thailand's currency has surged to a 4-year high, rising 8% against the US dollar this year, creating major challenges for export and tourism, two pillars of the economy. Analysts warn that the baht's strength takes Thai good more expensive abroad and reduces tourist spending power, risking a slowdown ahead of peak travel season. Exports, which had grown 14.4% earlier in the year, now face pressure following new US tariffs and competition from regional rivals such as Vietnam. Industries including electronics and automobiles, vital to Thailand's manufacturing base, are voicing concerns over reduced competitiveness. The tourism sector, already weakened by a 7% drop in arrivals, could see further strain in the baht remain strong. Prime Minister Anuti and the Bank of Thailand have pledged to explore measures to ease currency pressures as growth forecasts dip below regional peers and household debt continues to weigh on demand. You are watching the World News here at SOUQ News Television. We'll be taking a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more foreign stories. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Mayosora Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Glad to know you never left, and now we're bringing you the rest of the story on the World News this afternoon. Hong Kong Chief Executive John Lee has pledged bold steps to strengthen the city's economy and enhance living standards. His policy address reaffirmed growth targets of 2% to 3% for 2025, while promising better housing, higher incomes, improved elderly care, and more opportunities for young people. The government will accelerate the Northern Metropolis project to provide homes for 2.5 million residents and build a thriving new business district near Shenzhen. Plans also include establishing an international gold trading market, expanding fintech and green finance, and attracting pharmaceutical firms to develop advanced treatments. Additional initiatives aim to grow the aviation sector, create sustainable fuel opportunities, and encourage pet-friendly businesses, tapping into a large consumer market. To support families, new child care tax allowances will be introduced while expanding education opportunities for international students, reinforces Hong Kong's role as a global hub. And now the U.S. Federal Reserve is set to deliver a widely anticipated quarter-point interest rate cut on Wednesday as it concludes one of its most closely watched meetings in years. Officials are expected to signal future steps to support the economy while updating their long-term projections, which now extend through the end of 2028. The decision comes as policymakers weigh a softer labor market against inflation risks linked to new tariffs. Markets have already priced in 3 rate cuts by year-end, reflecting expectations that the Fed will prioritize employment stability while keeping inflation under control. Analysts say the updated projections will offer key insight into how the central bank views President Donald Trump's sweeping economic policies, including his tariff, which Fed Chair Jerome Powell has described as having only a temporary inflationary impact. The move, which could lower borrowing costs to 4.0% to 4.25%, is aimed at sustaining growth in the world's largest economy while balancing political pressures. Investors will also be watching Powell's press conference closely for signals on how quickly further cuts could follow, with markets betting on additional reduction in October and December. Still with the U.S., President Donald Trump's revived plan to replace quarterly corporate disclosures with semi-annual reporting is gaining ground, raising hopes of reducing costs for businesses and encouraging executives to focus more on long-term strategy. Supporters say the shift could help companies redirect resources from compliance to innovation, expansion, and shareholder value creation. The SEC, under Chairman Paul Atkins, has already placed disclosure reform on its 2025 agenda, signaling readiness to explore more flexible rules, backed by influential groups such as the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtable. The proposal is being framed as a way to modernize reporting, simplify requirements, and enhance market efficiency. While some investors prefer quarterly updates, others believe longer reporting periods will promote stability and discourage short-term decision-making. With a friendlier Congress and a stronger White House role in shaping policy, analysts say the changes could be implemented by 2027, potentially transforming how U.S.-listed companies report and plan for sustainable growth. And now a growing number of Americans are being priced out of home ownership as housing affordability reaches crisis level across the United States. Decades of insufficient construction since the 2008 financial crash, coupled with homeowners refusing to give up low-rate mortgages, have deepened the shortage of available homes. Experts warn that restrictive government policies have further compounded the difficulty of buying and building, leaving many prospective buyers locked out of the market. The burden is worsened as climate change, field disasters increase, and the cost of ownership and has added to the risk of long-term investment. For many families, what was once a cornerstone of stability and wealth creation is now slipping out of reach, with home sales falling to near record lows. Analysts caution that this trend is not only eroding economic security, but also undermining the long-held vision of the American dream. Despite growing recognition of the problem, there remains no clear national plan to address the crisis. Economists argued that without bold reforms to boost construction, reduce regulatory barriers, and mitigate the effect of climate-related damage, the housing market may continue to exclude millions of Americans from home ownership for years to come. And moving away from that story, the European Union has announced a proposal to suspend Israel's preferential trade benefits in response to escalating humanitarian concerns in Gaza. The European Commission confirmed on Wednesday that it intends to partially suspend the association agreement with Israel, a move that would subject Israeli exports to the same tariff regime applied to non-partner nations. According to the Commission, the decision forms part of a broader sanctions package aimed at addressing what European leaders describe as worsening human rights violations linked to the ongoing crisis. By stripping Israel of its preferential status, the bloc seeks to increase diplomatic and economic pressure on the government to comply with international humanitarian obligations. The development marks a significant shift in European Union policy towards Israel, with potential economic implications for key sectors reliant on European markets. Analysts note that while the proposal must still secure political approval from member states, its passage could reshape trade dynamics between the two partners and intensify global scrutiny of Israel's policies in Gaza. And now, former Nigerian sprint star Olusoji Fasuba has backed rising talent Konyisola Ajayi to break the African men's 100 meters record following his remarkable performance at the 2025 World Championships in Tokyo. Ajayi, aged 21, reached the final and placed 6th with a time of 10 seconds in a field dominated by Jamaica's Oblix Seville, who won gold with 9.77 seconds. Ajayi impressed earlier in the competition by running a personal best of 9.88 seconds in the heat, making him Nigeria's third fastest man in history behind Fasuba and Divine Oduduru. He followed this with another sub-10-second performance of 9.93 seconds in the semi-finals, providing his growing consistency at the elite level. Fasuba, who last made the World Championships final for Nigeria in 2007, said Ajayi's talent has positioned him as a strong contender for Africa's sprinting record. Fasuba record setting the African record of 9.85 seconds in 2026 before it was later broken by South Africa's Akani Simbine and subsequently by Kenya's Ferdinand Omanyala at 9.77 seconds in 2021. He expressed confidence that Ajayi has the potential to surpass those marks. Ajayi's university also hailed his achievement, celebrating his historic entry into the world's top 6 sprinters at his championship debut. And finally, still on sport, FIFA has released its updated list of disciplinary sanctions for the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, with South Africa notably absent despite controversy surrounding the eligibility of midfielder Tebono Mokoena. Nigeria and Benin had lodged formal protests arguing that Mokoena should have been suspended after accumulating 2 yellow cards earlier in the champion before featuring in South Africa's 2-1 victory over Lesotho in March. According to FIFA rules, any player who receives 2 cautions in different matches must automatically miss the next game. If enforced, South Africa would forfeit the Lesotho result, dropping from 17 to 14 points and significantly tightening Group C, where Benin sits level on points and Nigeria trials with 11, and such a ruling could reshape Africa's qualification picture with only 2 rounds remaining. The omission contrasts with recent disciplinary actions against other nations. Equatorial Guinea, for instance, were docked 6 points and stripped of 2 victories for fielding ineligible striker Emilio Nsue, a decision upheld by the Court of Arbitration for Sport. For now, however, South Africa's standing remains intact, leaving Nigeria and Benin waiting for clarity as the race for Africa's 9th automatic World Cup sports intensifies. And that's a wrap on the news this afternoon. But before we go here, we give you a recap of today's stories. Central Bank of Nigeria reaffirmed commitment to strengthening the nation's economy. Aliko Dangote announced plans for Nigeria to emerge as the world's largest exporter of urea fertilizer by 2026. Zimbabwe secured $455 million 15-year concession agreement with Jinda Africa. U.S. Federal Reserve set to deliver anticipated quarter-point interest rate cut on Wednesday. And lastly, FIFA released updated lists of disciplinary sanctions for the 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Well, so many thanks for watching. That's the news this afternoon. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a good afternoon.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Mayosora Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde, and in fact we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Lou Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, and so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there, because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you, that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Barabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surulere, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann. STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. Just want to talk to you. So he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing in, you know. A lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problem. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, you're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was a period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served. who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we ran it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you are running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no.
and there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid off. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your all maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so. President said, even things that the president did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country. Even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we find ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. I will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank. What was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rods. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up to the point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste.
which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser will just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents, to talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree. on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
My name is Shino Badegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know. If you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you're already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelt is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria. You're watching SOUQ News TV.